Yeah, no worries. All right, so we are live on YouTube. Our plan for today, let me read it off. So we made the logic changes for doing like the negative lookup, but the results aren't exactly what we're expecting. So now it's time to write our first unit tests of the project. And I was dragging my feet yesterday because who wants to write unit tests? But we'll get them done today. And then maybe once those are done, we hammer out a quick little blog post about how we did the vanity metrics. I think that ends up having some value. Yeah, could be fun. I don't know. I already started writing the blog post a little bit, but we won't focus on that till later. And yeah, not sure if we have a Borderlands 4 session tonight or not. I'll have to double check with the crew. So that will determine what time we end for the day. But okay, so looks like we are ready. I need to wash this keyboard off at some point. It is filthy. Right, and I think this is wrong. Let me just fix this. Okay. So, let's get our API front and center. Let me double check a thing over here. Nope. All right, so right, Messijo matcher test. We gave it a name. But yeah, this is all like boilerplate from some of the stuff that got generated when we created some of our models and stuff. And let me fix my posture. Alrighty, so all right, so yeah, I need to go read the Elixir docs more about testing. So we don't care about the con case. right? And we could just use EX unit case, I think. What is the data case? Oh, it's for like the database stuff. Yeah, so testing controllers, like really, the testing we're doing has nothing to do with Phoenix. So really, we just want EX unit. So when would I want this to be async versus sync? Oh, okay. So we can just set async true because, yeah, all of these tests are like just testing what is basically a pure function. Now, it's not going to be enough tests for it to matter. But if we end up having a lot of tests, eventually we might want to like move tests out to other modules so they can run concurrently. Because within a single module, at least according to the docs, within a single module, they're always going to be synchronous anyway. So that part doesn't matter as much. Was that a spider bite? Okay. Sorry, got distracted. So yeah, we're not going to do describe index. we're probably not even going to need context. So yeah, let's just get rid of all of these tests. All right, so the module is match and notify. Each individual test we're going to have is matches a simple keyword with whole word false. Oh, so hold on. I may need a second. My boss needs help. Hold on. Sorry, everyone. Let me put on a thing while I hop on this work call. Yep, sorry about that. We're going to watch Birth and Death of JavaScript. And it is still my favorite talk of all time. All right, so let me throw on a BRB. And yeah, sorry about this, but yep, no, my boss needs some help because our website person is out right now, and I'm the only other technically savvy person on the marketing team. So BRB work meeting, and then display capture. Right, and then I'm going to be on mute. BRB. Okay, I'm basically done. I just got to verify a little more functionality. So yeah, sorry everyone, just had this thing I had to do from a boss. Okay, I think I'm done. All right, not quite, not quite. Damn it. Dude, this is a fantastic talk, though, right? Erlang mentioned. We're gonna let the video finish. And yeah, he is just such a fantastic presenter. Yeah, he's really, really good. All right. So we can get back to what we're doing. Let me get more music going. And yeah, sorry about that. Just had to knock out some stuff to get things working for work. Had to deal with Elementor in WordPress, which I'm not happy about. Like, it's so much easier if I can just see the fucking code. But yeah, you know, whatever. But we got there. And yeah, work's important. See, I don't mind WordPress, right? With proper WordPress, I would have a lot more access to things. Elementor abstracts too much away. Yeah, exactly. WordPress is fine. Elementor fucking sucks. But whatever. Are we still connected over on the YouTube? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, cool. And yeah, I just realized over on YouTube they weren't getting any of that audio. That's my bad. What's how you doing, Coco? Yeah, there was a gorilla named Coco, right? Was that one of the ones that Jane Goodall made famous? I'm guessing that's what your name's a reference to. Yeah. Yeah, was it the sign language gorilla? Maybe it wasn't Jane Goodall. But okay. Yeah, yeah, cool. Yeah, I like the name. That's a solid name. Yeah, the smart gorilla who knew sign language. I like the movie that definitely like references it. Oh, there's a leak code problem? Oh, I don't know the leak code problem. Okay. But yeah, you ever seen the movie Congo? Ugly gorilla. Ugly. Like, yeah, I love that movie. It's definitely campy and kind of shitty in parts, but I love that movie. I mean, Ernie Hudson is in it. He plays the tour guide. Tim Curry plays a Romanian philanthropist, which is interesting. And we have a song command. So if you ever hear a song you like, you can just run that command, and you'll get a link. But yeah, the movie Congo, it has one of the dudes from Nip Tuck. I forget his actor name. Not the guy that played Doom in that bad Fantastic Four movie. Well, yeah, Laura Linney, that's her name too. I forgot her. But yeah, Dylan Walsh. Yeah. Like, he always seems like he's playing a bad guy, but in this film, he does a good job of being a good guy, which is interesting to me. And yeah, so he's not the one that passed away. Does that mean the other guy from Nip Tuck is the one that passed away? Guy that played Doom? Yeah, he passed away. Yep. I knew one of them did. Yeah, no, I think you'd really like it. Yeah, it's definitely a thriller. It's made off of a Michael Crichton novel, I believe, right? Hold on, let me double check it. Pretty sure it's based off of yeah, Michael Crichton, for sure. So I'm definitely not going to use con case or data case, though. brainless. Like, this is purely unit testing. We're not needing to mock any data or connection or any of that junk. This is pure input output, pure function stuff. So we don't need any of those cases. It is a little scary. Like, there's like some evil gorillas in it, and don't read the plot if you don't want the spoiler. But the movie's from like 1995, so you've had time. Yeah, Coco definitely has a really good moment. She does the ugly gorilla thing, and it's really cool. I think you'll like it. It is definitely a thriller, though, right? I wouldn't call it a horror film, but definitely a thriller during some parts. Like, it's mainly like an adventure film, and then it has like just, I want to say like 3 scenes that are like pure thriller. I think it's one of the earliest roles that Delroy Lindo had as well. He plays like some militant leader. And if you're not familiar with Delroy Lindo, he plays the main detective in Gone in 60 Seconds. Like, he's been in all sorts of shit. But I think it's one of his earliest roles, too. I'm a huge, like, fan of film. Yeah, no worries. I think you'll like it. There is like a bit of gore, so I don't know if you're squeamish. Little warning there, but yeah. So yeah, let's get back to doing our stuff. And yeah, what's up, Alan? How you doing, Mister Sir? And yeah, Alan, happy Tuesday. For you, it was the day you came into my stream. For me, it was a Tuesday. Sorry, I'm just adapting that Raul Julia Street Fighter quote. For you, it was the greatest day of your life, the day Bison graced your village. To me, it was a Tuesday. Messijo is a project I'm building. And you can check it out. It's live right now. You can sign up for it and everything. We are in the process of building out proper Boolean logic, so you can do like negative keywords, right? So if you're looking for the word, I don't know, what's a good example? Like one of the ones that we're using for testing, I don't know if you know Theo, right? Theo Brown, who is T3.gg and all that, needs, he's famous-ish in the tech world. But what if he wanted to listen for mentions of himself? Well, there's also Theo Von, who's like really like more famous, technically, like literally. And the idea is we can have a negative lookup to avoid the word Von so that Theo can have like a better filter for that. Theoretically. Like that's at least like the example I came up with immediately. But yeah, so we're building that negative lookup stuff, but it seems like we've got a bug, so now we have to write our first like unit tests for our like matching logic. to make sure that we are matching on exactly what we want given the right inputs. But they are pure functions, so it's just pure unit testing. We don't need to worry about any of the BS that they got in here, right? Like this connection case and data case and all that bullshit. So we don't have to touch any of that. Like I could delete those and no problem. But yeah, so right now we're in the process of creating the names of the cases, and then we're going to start filling in the blanks. So yeah, the idea is we're just going to hammer out these cases, and then from there, we will fill in the logic and mock the data as we need it. Matches a compound keyword. With an AND operator. Okay, so let's start off with the simple ones. And yeah, like we don't have any unit tests written for any of this stuff yet, but the main idea is that this is like the core, like the most core part of our logic. So this probably does need unit tests. It's one of those things where I consider tests to be their own form of tech debt. So every time you're writing a test, you should have a good reason for it. And that reason should not be because we need to hit 60% coverage. That's a very, very bad reason to write tests. I've worked on teams that did that, and boy, it sucked. I actually place way more value in end-to-end tests, right? Like full-on like browser click-through, hits a real database type tests. I put way more stock into those, especially for like the happy path. Because you handle so much more surface area with a test like that. But again, that's for like your application functioning, not for like the core part of your application. Unit tests are great for like the core thing that should always work in a very specific way. All right, so then this is going to be totally false, right? Because it's not okay. It's going to be true. the message that we're passing, that is wrong. So let's just find any place that we are doing the message creation part, and we can mock all of it. All right, so we don't want match and notify. We want match and snippet. Aha. And that means we're doing this wrong. So it's not match and notify, it's match and snippet, which means I named this wrong. Because notify is not a pure function. And that means that message here is not necessary. So that does simplify a little bit of what we're doing here. We're going to say negative match is false. Match whole word is false. Snippet length. And yeah, we just hard code that to 42, and then we want message text and keyword value. All right, so then if we run mix test, that should pass. There are no tests to run. Well, shit. All right, so brainless. Oh, is it the file name? Did I not have test in the name? Aha. And yes, I already deleted that, so hold on. We do need underscore test afterwards. Yep. Oh, it needs to be an EXS. Ah. Very different from in excess. Oh. Mm. Yeah, hold on, hold on. Damn it. Give me a second. I can't hop into this call yet, man. All right, 1 second.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. And the music stopped, of course. Let me get more music going. And thank you for the follow, Coco. Appreciate that. But yeah, ran into just some weird Elementor bullshit. For some reason, like some of the stuff that I set wasn't working. Like the inline CSS just was breaking. It was super weird. But okay, so match and notify. Nope, we want match and snippet. And okay, so a test message would be the snippet. So that's not an issue. So then from here, we get a passing test. All right. All right, so then let's do this. We want a testee message. I know, gotta love WordPress. I don't mind WordPress, actually. I think Elementor is the problem. It wasn't a WordPress issue. It's fucking Elementor, man. Professor Elemental? Oh, that's a cool name. I like that. There's a British rapper I really like, Ty, spelled Ty. He's got that song, Jealousy. That one's super good. Yeah, no, I had the CSS actually set right, and it was just breaking, and then I hit publish again, and then it worked all of a sudden. Like, I don't fucking get it. Yeah, it was super weird. But okay, so we do that. I mean, I doubt it because it was actually working when I tested it earlier, and then all of a sudden it didn't. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was, but whatever. Now this is gonna fail because we want no match found for test inside of that, which is fine. It's actually what we were expecting. All right, so then matches a simple keyword with whole word set to true. Professor Elemental does the comedic hip hop. Nice. That sounds fun. All right, so then this one, true. Son of a bitch. Oh, yeah. And I need to fix these. So this one will be false. And this one will be false. So that should be 3 out of 4 now. 1 failure. Yeah, okay. And yes, this actually helps us find the fact that we have a bug when trying to match this. We're not generating the full snippet like we wanted. So that's a good one. We need to fix that. I do need to go use the restroom, so I'll be right back. But yeah, we're already finding bugs that I didn't know we had because I thought this part worked fine. We haven't even gotten to the compound testing yet. So yeah, let's get to it, but let me go pee first. Yeah, I should definitely cut back on sodas. We'll go back to whiskey and water here in a bit. Not today, but one of these days. Because it is a shitload of calories. I think it's 200 for one of these bottles. That is just calories I don't need. But okay, so we got to figure out why that's not matching properly. So if we look at the logic, right? Our before text and after text is coming out empty when match whole word is true. wonder if it's because of that. Nope, now we got 2 failures. Hmm. So yeah, I need to go look at a regular expression cheat sheet. All right, so when match whole word is true, we're looking for /s, right? Lowercase, so any white space character or any non-word character. Meanwhile, when it's false, it's any white space character or non-white space character. And then the part that I'm less sure of is the capture group. All right, so then this ends up being quantifiers. That's right, that's right. Okay. So that's the issue. So we end up doing this, which is from that list of characters, right? And then what we're looking for is at least one. And then if we say snippet length is 42, this will be 1 to 21. So our capture group are going to be any white space character or any non-word character. And then we want that beyond it, which I think is incorrect. Okay, so if match whole word is true, what we instead want to do is something like... okay. And that matches. All right. So we solved that bug. I don't know if I quite like it, but it does solve it. So I think I might qualify for my regex license here soon. Have I done my application yet? It has not been issued. Shit. Right? Because you shouldn't be adding a regular expression to a code base without a license, and those who have a license generally know it's a better idea not to use them. It's pretty smart. I'm going to share that with work. Make sure I copied it right. All right. Anyway. So the next test we care about matches a compound keyword with an and operator. And technically, right, Simple versus compound doesn't apply here. And the AND operator doesn't really apply either. All right, so we want a negative match for the word test. We'll say testing. All right, so that's not even a great one, but we'll see. All right, so we expect at least a failure. Aha, okay. So the one test we got failing now is part of the reason why we're not getting the stuff that we expected. Yeah, so the way we're doing this part is wrong. We got to think about the right way to fix it. Before I forget, let me double check with James and Wormbane. Um, and what's up, Owen? How you doing? There you go. Hell yeah. If negative match, which can only happen on a like a keyword part, we don't actually need to do this. Oh, it nailed it on that part. I think that should get us closer. But we end up with a nil. Okay, so I think we did it. All right, so we delete that and we delete that. We'll start this one from scratch too. All right, so first and foremost, we want, sure, Theo, and it's a simple keyword. And we want to create another that is compound, and it is Theo with a not match on Bon. So then I want to do something similar. We're going to have foot. Let me get more music going. Did I mess this one up? Hmm. So we're not quite done. Yeah, what's up, Waking Forest? How you doing? Doing well. We got some failing unit tests. I'm not quite sure why. I mean, I think I get it, but we got to like really dig into what the issue is. I wanted to make a joke. I'll just say it to y'all. Theo has a tweet where it's Claude Code is good, Codex is good, Cursor is good, Windsurf is good, Klein is good, Rue Code is good, Kilo is good, Amp is good, Open Code is good, Aider is good. And my snarky reply, I really want to make it is, wow, you got sponsored by all of them, huh? Which I don't know if he would appreciate. But it popped into my head. He definitely would not appreciate the joke. Like, especially over a tweet. You know, in person, I think he'd see the smirk on my face. he'd know it's a joke. But over a tweet, nah. He would not react positively. Now I know Theo. Like, yeah, he's good. Yeah, for sure. I just think he understands the jokes a bit, but the jokes only like a joke like that only lands in person because over text, like the nuance is lost. But yeah, what's up there, X Metrics? How you doing? Like, it's a joke that I think Mark could make. Like, Mark could definitely make that joke. Like, over text, and Theo would still get it. Like, Mark could make that joke from the T3 chat account. Like, I almost want to send Mark my reply just because I think he'd find it funny. And coming from Mark, Theo would laugh. But yeah, nah, it's just not worth it. All right, so this feels right. This feels right. But it seems like when we combine them together is when we get the issue. So I think my main problem is we got this match and snippet function. No, Elixir is a functional language. There is no state like that. I think the place I'm doing this is incorrect. Oh, this would be it. All right, so I'm a little curious why the word foot is not being matched. But let's do this. We'll do foot and make it a whole word match. And I would expect these to be basically in sync as the values go. But it may take a little bit for that to happen. But what's up there, Pro Avatar Strategy? How you doing, Mr. Sir? It's an actor model family. You wrote a book about Orleans a while back. Interesting. Yeah. So it's built on top of the Erlang like model, but it's not just about the actor model part. It's about the fact that it's a functional language. So you don't really have like global state in the way that you would expect. Like you can run gen servers and things to kind of maintain state, but you don't have global state in a way that you would have a bug like you were thinking earlier. Mm, no, think of it more as like a functional thing rather than like an actor thing. Right? So think about functional languages and how they treat global state. You know, your goal is to avoid side effects that modify something like a global state. So in general, you just don't have global state. And I'm probably describing it wrong, but I don't know. I think it's close enough to right. Why quibble? Like, let me put it this way. There's no way to modify a struct in place. You create a new struct with the modifications. The original struct stays the same. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of like actor model stuff ends up being functional as well. Yep, exactly. So yeah, because everything is a new instance or a new struct or a new whatever, it just means that yeah, there's no like global state issues you'd run into because of that. Like there's no mutations that are going to interfere with something outside of wherever you're doing it. Yep. Yeah, very heavy on garbage collection for sure. So I'm tempted to just merge what we got and push it. I'm trying to think of like what a good match would be. Right? Like another good way that we could test this and be sure. I feel like the word foot should be used more often, at least according to like perverts on the internet. I didn't actually do a poll. I'm just, you know, People on the internet are fucking weird. Have you ever been on the first time home buyer subreddit or whatever they call it? Yeah, but then what would be a negative match for the word feet? Right? Like feet ball doesn't make sense. So like what would be a good negative match we could do for it? Yeah, no shared memory. It's all processes. Exactly. So each process could live on an entirely separate server, and it doesn't really matter to the runtime. Have I seen Sprinkler? I have not seen Sprinkler. You're talking about this one, right? Yeah, so no, this is like the opposite of what I'm doing. Oh, they actually do have a social listening part too? Okay. Yeah, no, this is definitely something I'm competing against. I'm curious how much they cost. Bigfoot, footnote? Yeah, like any of those should be matching right now. So, right, like the word foot, we're not matching on a whole keyword. So, Bigfoot, footnote, any of those should match. Oh, we are doing whole word. So, this should actually be matching on footnote and Bigfoot, right? So, if anyone mentions Bigfoot or footnote, it should show up here in foot minus ball. Now, one thing that someone gave us as a note that we should probably follow up on is in the front end. Now, that makes sense, the bread. Yeah, I think, yeah, they are probably trying to solve similar problems for sure. And I would say they are a bigger time than I am. I also wonder what their pricing is. And it just seems like they do so much other shit. And I'm having a hard time finding pricing. Which basically means, yeah, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. So I think no matter what, I could still undercut the fuck out of them. Yeah, yeah, and even if it is like a contact us demo thing, I don't care. Like, dude, there are plenty of businesses that will just not use a thing that requires them to go through those hoops. Whoo! Yeah, dude, I can undercut the fuck out of that. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, my goal is just to undercut these people. Because there's no way they can go cheaper, in my opinion. They've got too much shit going on behind the scenes. They've got too much cost. So yeah, now I can provide a simpler solution for a much cheaper cost and call it good. And there's other companies too, like Mention. Mention, I think, is closer to my business model. Oh, what numbers did you get? But Mention starts at 600 a year. I can undercut that too. $200 to $250 per user per month. Yeah, so I can undercut that too because I don't care about the size of your team. Yeah. What model did you use? I was just using the free tier of Sprinkler, which means I'm using Gemini 2.5 Flash. GPT-5. Yeah, sounds a little better. Yep. Enhance. Enhance. But yeah, I don't know. Like if I really think about it, I mean, you pretty soon will have enhance, but it's not going to be accurate. It's going to be total bullshit every time. Like it's going to make shit up. It's like the worst version of enhance. Yeah, yeah, but it'll suck at it. It'll start making shit up. So it won't be useful in any type of context that you've ever seen it in a film, you know. But yeah, like I don't know. My goal is 10K a month. And I can basically just like retire and chill.
Not really. Like, it's not making a shitload of money, but 10K a month would be enough that maybe I want to go just full time on it or something, right? At 10K, how many users do I need? Well, if I'm charging, let's say 50, that's 2,000 people. So it's going to be tough, but I think there is a market for it. I don't know. Yeah, 10K a month is going to be tough. I think there's other stuff I can add to like bump up the usefulness in the numbers, but yeah. Nah, it'll be tricky. All right, so we still don't see any event. Currently, I'm just building in public. I haven't been publishing enough, but yeah, I need to start like doing blog posts, and we'll do a product hunt or something at some point, you know? Have you not heard of product hunt? You should definitely be aware of product hunt. But yeah, we've already got 55 teams created. Of those, maybe 15 are like real. Yeah, Google it, man. Like, I don't know, dude. Ooh, looks like we just got someone else to sign up. No, I think that was just the number fudge that we did. But yeah, 56 teams signed up. 15 probably legitimate. None of them paying though. It's Phoenix on the back end and React on the front end, but they're not like mixed together. I don't believe in making my back end render templates at all. Oh, we got a bug. And it's not operator, it's qualifier. Shit. All right, so that could be part of why that was failing. All right. So that worked. Footprints, foot soldier. We don't see the word ball in there. Sweet. Yeah, I'm going to call that good. Let's get back to the front end part where I want to do a strike through on the keyword part that has a not as the qualifier.
All right. So yeah, part of the issue here is we're just doing it string based. Wait, and which part there are you talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for signing up. No, I hate live view. I think live view is a terrible, terrible abstraction. Why would you want to waste any cycles on your server rendering templates when you can just let the client do that? It's a bad abstraction. Like, it's a really shit abstraction. Right? There are very, very, very few actual use cases for server-side rendering when it comes to the front end. Now, Next.js would have you believe otherwise, but that's because it makes them money when you don't know what you're doing. That's a bullshit argument, and you know it, Nefty. Now, anything where you're using a term like easier or faster dev cycle or what are some of the other bullshitty ones? Easier learning curve. Those are all bullshit statements people use to like just prove a point. It's a straw man argument every time. Right? Easier is subjective. All of those things are subjective. But there is a literal fact in that if you can let the client render stuff, just let the client render stuff. Yeah. So, Nefty, that's what I'm getting at, though. I am hating because I think easier for a solo dev is a bullshit straw man argument. No offense. It is. Just because it's easier for you doesn't mean it's categorically easier. No. It is a subjective statement rather than an objective statement. An objective statement is it is wasted CPU cycles to do something that you're doing on the server that you could easily just do on the client. It is an objective statement that it is easier to scale client-side rendering than it is to scale server-side rendering. The moment you implement something like Live View, you have made your server stateful because you have to manage how that WebSocket connection is managed. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible to do, but it's way extra work for something that you didn't need to do. Now, is it a concern that you need to have when you're bootstrapping and you only have 10 users? Probably not. But one Reddit hug of death and your server's down. One front page of Product Hunt and your server's down. One especially viral blog post on Hacker News and your server's down. I've heard people say the Reddit hug of death is a solved problem. I still disagree. Especially once you involve Live View. All right, so for this part, all right, 1 second. What's your comment? You understand my argument, but you're skeptical. Live View is pretty efficient compared to a bunch of JSON over HTTP. If you're only concerned with bandwidth over the wire, you're missing the entire fucking point. Phoenix scales really well, and it's not that hard to render some HEEX templates on the server. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of hand-waving away scalability concerns. If you want to do so, go for it. But Phoenix scales really well when you have a massive fucking server. You're still bound by how much RAM you have. Right? Like, sure, I've seen the millions of WebSockets blog post. I'm very, very well aware of it. Do you realize how big and massive that server was that they were able to push that benchmark on? It's a straw man argument to think you're going to be able to do that with a reasonable budget. Scaling WebSockets is not easy. Anyone who tells you so is either lying or they're ignoring some very specific problems. Meanwhile, HTTP requests are massively scalable. Like, massively. You can just spin up a new instance and round robin between that shit. To do so with WebSockets is doable, but it requires knowing how to do that. Which I would say is not something a solo dev can do easily. Businesses can do it, but solo dev? Nah. Like your original argument? Nah. Okay, so it matched, but it wasn't the match he was looking for. Then we can just disagree, Nifty. But it sounds to me like you just don't want to learn how to do proper front end development. And that's the problem I have with all the HTMX fanboys. It's the problem I have with pretty much any render it on the server fanboy. Right? You're just trying to avoid learning front end development properly. And if you want to do that, go for it. But I think it just muddies the water for your back end when you could really just learn to separate those concerns properly. All right, let me move this over. That way I don't have to keep shuffling so far. All right, so strike through doesn't seem like the right class. Oscriptor, you can use PHP to make a purely proper REST API. It's totally doable. You can do it with any language. That's the magic of a REST API. You can change your underlying back end and your front end doesn't give a shit if you separate those concerns properly. The moment you conflate those two, you're stuck with whatever you've chosen. Your front end can be rewritten in whatever, and your back end doesn't give a shit. Your back end can actually be microserviced out and all sorts of shit, and your front end is still just making an HTTP request. That separation of concerns gives you a lot of freedom on both ends. So it doesn't matter what language you're building with on the back end. The problem is when you start rendering templates on the back end, you're stuck with what's rendering those templates. And then microservicing becomes way more effort. And then 1 second. Sorry, Nefty. Yeah, sorry about that. We just try and prevent like the spam. Feel free to repost your comment. I can read it. Waking Forest. I like fly.io, but you can do the same with Kubernetes. Just auto-scale your nodes. The word just in that sentence is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Oh, you got a problem you want to solve with Kubernetes. Now you have 2 problems. Actually, no, now you have a cluster of problems. No. And I get it, Nefty. I reread what you posted. Totally. And you can do links now. I gave you, like, permissions. But I still think your comment is kind of bullshit. Yeah, you're going to pay for fly.io, and you're going to be paying easily 3 times as much as you would need to hardware-wise. And then finally, if you want to solve a problem with Kubernetes, you're absolutely going to be paying 3 times as much as you need, because you need 3 nodes for the consensus. And then by that point, you need someone who's dedicated to managing that Kubernetes cluster. Also, not a thing a solo dev should be doing. Yeah. Right? So, like, at some point, the argument you originally posed as far as, like, easier for a solo dev, you're not making any of the same arguments that support that initial statement, right? So I would say, at least as far as debate goes, it helps to have a central thesis to your argument. Now, I'm lucky. I just need to refute what you said. Oh, and yeah, ads. Nefty, did you hear what I was saying, or were you stuck in the ad too? All right, ads should be done now, right? The ads should be done for everyone by now. All right, so the point I'm making is your initial statement of easier for a solo dev, is that the core thesis of your point right now? Because none of the things you've been saying actually support that argument, right? Kubernetes is not a solo dev problem, right? A solo dev reaching for Kubernetes is a solo dev that will never launch. Fly is easy for solo devs, sure, but you're going to be paying easily 3 to 4 times as much. So if you're bootstrapping, it's a bad idea. When you could have just gone stateless in the first place. And probably hosted on cheaper hardware. So even then, for a solo dev, easier, a little bit, but at the end of the day, like, the cost of your infrastructure, if you're bootstrapping, needs to be weighed towards, like, the easier, right? Like, how easy it is to pay out of pocket. It's a muddy line between those two things, but, you know. So I'm just saying, like, I feel like you're making good arguments, at least somewhat, that organizations can do this stuff. But if your original statement is the solo dev argument, you're not maintaining a consistent argument, right? Like, debate-wise. And I did point out that I have it easy. All I have to do is refute your statements to prove mine. So I've got the easy side of this, like, debate, you know? But I really do enjoy debating. I'm a master debater. I just felt like saying that phrase. I'm all right, you know. I just felt like saying that for reasons. Do I like Rails? I'm not a big fan of Rails. Like, I love the idea behind it. I just simply wouldn't build my own stuff with it at this point. But the idea of Rails is very powerful in that developer time is your most expensive resource. I understand that. I totally get it. I still would not be rendering templates with Ruby on Rails, but Ruby on Rails to build a REST API? Yeah, fuck yeah, do it, man. I don't give a shit. By the time that you're hitting the bottlenecks of Ruby on Rails for a REST API, yeah, then you can decide to start migrating to something else because hopefully you're making money. But here's the biggest point I want to make. Do you remember, like, a year or two ago when DHH was like, oh, guys, we just got this beefy new server. We're getting 14,000 requests a second on it. That's dog shit. Like, that's fucking dog shit for a server that beefy. That's fucking dog shit. Like, dude, I wouldn't be bragging about that. That is like dried in the sun gray dog shit. Yeah, I'm saying it is absolutely possible, Nifty, but they're spending way more money than they need to on those servers, right? I actually think Spotify might have some Ruby on Rails going too. But yeah, Shopify, Stripe, there are major companies using Ruby on Rails. But let me ask you this. Are they rendering their front end with Ruby on Rails? They're not. They're definitely not. That's why they created Hydrogen and why they bought Remix and all that bullshit. So you're kind of proving my point. They are not rendering front-end shit with Ruby on Rails. It's their REST API. That's it. It's their canonical API, and then they have proper stuff in front of it, right? Back-end for front-end style, etc. Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm getting at, right? Hotwire, Livewire, LiveView, Blazor, all of them. I think they are shit abstractions for people that just don't want to learn how to do front-end properly. But that's my spicy take, you know? I'm at least consistent with it. But yeah, that's all I'm getting at. Like, sure, Ruby on Rails absolutely works because developer time and time to like launch something is incredibly important. So yeah, like, dude, the 15 minutes and you got a blog launched, like thing that DHH posted 20 years ago, ish, right? Genius. I think it was more like 2008, right? Still genius. And there's a reason that there are still businesses being built on top of Ruby on Rails. I just think the smart ones decouple their front end from that as soon as humanly possible. I do think these are fun arguments, and it doesn't mean that I'm like absolutely right. I'm just trying to get better at arguing my point. And the more we have some of these arguments, the better I get at it. And I think it's better than some of the bullshit like React versus Vue type arguments or Rails versus TypeScript or some shit. Like those arguments suck. They're so fucking boring. But as far as architecture goes and decoupling and separation of concerns, I think that's a timeless argument that I get better at arguing every single time. But yeah, Vue versus React or Svelte or whatever, dude, those are the shittiest conversations. I'm currently on a single VPS, and the database is Postgres living on that same VPS. So, yeah, my API could have issues. But because I have decoupled my front end from the API, I can still render a reasonable error page when the API goes down, right? So there's still something the user would see. And as far as the marketing site goes, the marketing site would never go down because it's just static assets. So at the end of the day, even if my backend gets the Reddit hug of death or whatever, I'm still able to show the user something instead of just a generic 500, right? Or a generic gateway timed out. And I think there's massive value to that because the user can still browse your marketing site and understand about it. There's still stuff they can actually see. If I get enough traffic to bring down my REST API, that is a very nice problem to have. And the error case in that instance, I think, is still better than the alternative. It's line through. Why the fuck would they call it line through instead of strike through? What the fuck, Tailwind? About to start calling it headwind. I bet they have a legitimate reason. I'm just talking shit. All right, cool. So we see the line through. I'm okay with that. That feels all right to me. Okay, now we're getting foot minus ball stuff, right? Footage. 10-footer, right? But we don't see football getting matched at all. And then, all right, take it easy there, Reddit. Okay, so the next bit. Ooh, Gordon Lightfoot. Gross. Ugh. Ew. Ew. All right, so let's add another. Foot. It's a compound keyword. We're going to say not the word ball. I'm going to add another and say it's an and keyword. And what is the other foot thing? Shoe. And then we add another, and it's not for sock. Sure. And I just want to see like how it renders here. Like a glove. Oh, really, Krasner? Hell yeah, dude. What song was it? You got a link for us? Canon Part 2 by Overwork. Interesting. All right, so I didn't want the comma. Yeah, I didn't want the comma to be struck through. Dude, I think we nailed it. I'm going to say this feature's done. It's Theo, born and raised in Corthus, full-time bard, botanist, and carpenter, dabbles in picto and dancer, a true man of the arts. I'm going to guess that's not a message Theo would care about. But you know what? Whatever. It's at least not Theo Vaughn. Oh, is that it, 3D Factor? It's text decoration line, and it uses line through? That makes sense. Okay, fine. I think it's still a mistake. But no, it's fine. I get it. Nah, line through makes sense. I blame CSS. It's CSS's fault at this point. Line through here is definitely like designed by committee. Shit. Hold on. Before we do too much, let's double check. How are we looking on the io.inspect front? Oh, well, we wouldn't have any in the front end. Strikes is the last thing a committee wants. There you go, exactly. Nailed it, 3D Factor. But yeah, hold on. Before I forget, Canon Part 2 by Overwork. I do kind of want to hear it. And it's on Bandcamp. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, we'll check it out. All right, so we're going to get that deployed out, and we will do the fix for the front end now, too. Some interesting keywords to listen to and track how many times they've been invoked. AI, coffee, and whiskey. Are you saying like here in stream? Ah, shit. Oh. Oh, that's a marketing issue. We didn't even add it, but it is failing to build because of it. Sure. All right, so yeah, we have that like pre-push, pre-build hook. Now, it was definitely a marketing thing, but we're not pushing those changes for marketing, so it's not actually going to fail out in production. We just needed to make the build pass locally, and then we can get to the marketing site thing. I do want to get like blog post stuff going. So yeah, I would say we're not going to start in on like a major feature right now, but we could start in on getting a blog showing on the marketing site. Because I think... There we go. Yep. That was weird. But yeah, so what I want to do is I actually want to make a blog post about how we implemented these vanity metrics, because I think it's kind of cool. So I think that's what we'll do, and I've already started in on it. Like, this is the post so far. It doesn't have any images or anything that we want yet, but we can do that part. And I think that's a good use of our time until James and them are ready for some Borderlands 4 tonight as part of our great gaming crew stuff. But I do have to pee, so give me a second. Give me a sec. Alrighty. Do I make big use of OTP for tracking posts and whatnot? You're curious to see if my supervision trees with that process visualizer thing. No, I mean, now's a perfect time. Like, yeah, just some blog post bullshit. Fuck no. But when you say process visualizer, I'm not sure what you mean by that. So let me put it this way. Social proof metrics instead of vanity. All right. Yeah, no, I like that. Sure. Sure, why not? Yeah, I think trend analytics are something that other people do just fine. I don't think I want to concentrate on it. Yeah, sorry, Larobi. I don't think that's in my wheelhouse. And I think to start doing something like that would involve a lot more hardware. So that's only something I would add after we have properly proven the business and we're profitable, or after I get VC funding or something. I don't think I can bootstrap something like that. All right, so let me just point this out, Nefty. I don't think we even need to use Observer. The only thing I am spinning up my own, like, gen servers for is actually batching of sending emails. So here in Mailer, this is really the only place where I'm generating my own gen server. And the reason I'm doing that is so that we can, like, batch sending notifications via email, right? So it's just, that's the only place I am really leveraging OTP and a bunch of that stuff. Otherwise, I'm just consuming a WebSocket. The fire hose in AT Proto. So this is just a WebSocket listener. And I just respond to each message as it comes through. I don't need OTP for that. Like, completely unrelated. I do use the actual AT protocol. I'm listening to the AT protocol fire hose. But that's just a WebSocket listener. I don't need to send messages on the AT protocol, so I don't need any other bullshit. I'm just listening for every message from AT protocol. And to do that, there's the Jetstream, if you want to get the basics of it, right? So Blue Sky Social Jetstream is a way you can just, with 4 lines of code via TypeScript, listen to every message that comes over Blue Sky. And then there's another thing called the Turbo Stream, which is what I'm using because it gives us a little bit more of the context that we don't have to do like a fetch to the AT protocol manually. But other people have maintained that. Yeah, it's extremely easy. Right? The absolute basics is this. This right here, with these lines of code, and really like on error and on open, we can get rid of. We establish the WebSocket connection using the Turbo Stream, and then we just have an on message handler. And that is every single message over AT protocol. Now, because it's Turbo Stream, we also get author information and things like that, but we could also just do the basics of AT protocol and get like the raw binary, or we could use, and actually these are in the wrong order, right? Hold on. We could do the binary of subscribe repos from Blue Sky's XRPC stuff, or we could just use their Jetstream and get JSON. And then TurboStream is one step beyond the JSON. So Blue Sky is incredibly easy to listen to every single message posted on it. The stuff we're doing for other platforms is actually way harder. Not way harder, but just more effort. And yeah, I need to get it published, but we have a talk that we recorded at the Cascadia JS conference. I gave a talk on the Lightning Talk stage. I just need to actually sync the audio with the video and give them all the edited versions of it. So yeah, like I was on the hook for recording the Lightning stage. I'm not happy with how it came out because my camera had some like auto ISO stuff going. And as people went from like light slides to dark slides, it changed the way the ISO captured things. Next time I would have the ISO locked, but I didn't want to mess with it like mid talks. So that's on me. It's easy to set up streaming shit when your lighting is consistent, like a Twitch stream. It's a lot harder to do it when people don't honor the sticking with light and dark like slides thing. Now, if you were to do slides for something like GitHub Universe, they give you a template. And if you stray from the template, that's on you, and they're not going to be too happy. And all of that stuff stays nice and dark. But yeah, you know, whatever. I could have done better. Lessons learned, maybe next year. All right, so yeah, let's hammer on a bit for this blog post. What did I end up doing with the one talk? The one where the battery died? I haven't gotten to that part yet. It's fine. I just haven't gotten there, so I don't know. Like the first block, right? Like the first day's first block of talks, everyone was like really consistently at the 10-minute mark. It was really good. I haven't seen the timings for the other blocks. But yeah, some people went way over. Yep. Yeah, the overheating thing was super annoying too. Wait, what happened there? That was weird. Astro's great. Yeah, it's really good. I'm a bit biased. The port number, 4321, that was my idea. I'm basically famous.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My contribution to Astro will hopefully outlive me. Have I tried Gleam? Only briefly, and I think it's a cool idea, but I need libraries. Like, it just seemed too incomplete, and I am not the kind of person who wants to spend time building out the shit that should already exist. That's borderline a problem I have with Elixir, too. Yeah, I'm not sure that works very well. I haven't seen otherwise, so I could be wrong, but I don't think that works. But I'm not sure. I'm not positive. Yeah, as far as I know, it's not easy to use those two things together. But I could be wrong. Basically, Elixir compiles directly to like the Beam VM instructions. Gleam compiles to Erlang. So theoretically, you could use Gleam inside of Elixir, but using Elixir stuff inside of Gleam, I think, is tougher. So it depends on how you want to do something. If you're treating Phoenix and Elixir as like the main component and you're just consuming some Gleam stuff, I think that works. But the other way around, I don't think works. But I don't have experience with it. I could be wrong. Well, I mean, you wouldn't be using the JS inside of your Elixir VM, you know? I think Gleam is a cool idea, and I really hope they keep working on it. It's just, it's not at a state where I would be able to use it productively. In my opinion, Gleam has the same problem Reason had and all sorts of other stuff, right? If you want to do the Gleam to JS thing, what is the interop with existing JS libraries? Probably not great. And if you have to type every single library you're bringing in, that sounds really annoying, right? Which is the problem that Reason had. Because at some point, yes, Reason compiles to JS and you can bring in JavaScript libraries, but you got to write your Reason types for those libraries. And that's just such a huge pain in the ass, and there's so much room for error that it's a bad idea. Very similarly, at GetKraken, we were using Flow for ages. Flow has the same problem. You're going to bring in some JavaScript library, and you can do it, but you're going to end up needing to create types for that library, and you're eventually going to diverge from what the actual types are if they start shipping their own, you know, their own TypeScript types. And that was a problem we had at GetKraken. We had, bespoke flow types for the libraries we were using. And then when we tried to migrate to TypeScript, those bespoke types didn't migrate properly because they didn't actually match what the library was exporting. And yeah, I mean, kind of becomes a huge pain in the ass.
Sorry, I just had to respond to someone. And what's up, Sharkface? Mr. Sir. All right, so here's my thought. Social proof metrics. Marketing sites and homepages love showing social proof. Read vanity metrics. Maybe instead of read, should it be e.g.? Ergo. I don't know. I'm not an English major. AKA vanity metrics. I think AKA is fine. I'll capitalize it. I think the colon makes more sense. If you were wondering what I was typing there, someone got back to me about wanting to pass on being part of a panel talking about like dev productivity metrics. One of their comments was, they're not sure how they even measure that stuff. To which I replied, oh, yeah, for sure. I actually think metrics like that are bullshit. Right? Jira burn down rate, anybody? Which is why I am having nothing to do with the actual panel talking about this stuff. I was just tapped to find people that might want to talk about it. But yeah, no, I want nothing to do with that shit. Right? What is it? Parkinson's law? No, that's work expands to fill the time. What is it about, like, once a metric becomes a target, it ceases becoming a good metric? Cunningham's law? No, not Cunningham's. Damn it, what is the name of it? Goodhart's law. Damn it, I was so close. I wanted to try and give myself a chance. Hold on. Wait. Let's go to XKCD. I want to see what the alt text is for this. Later, I am pleased to report we're now identifying and replacing hundreds of outdated metrics per hour. All right, nailed it. Good job, Internet. All right, let me check one thing. We have an unban request. We'll check it out, I guess. Are we taking bets on whether it's sincere? I'm unhinged. Well, yeah, that's a deny. Fuck off. Just because I entertain someone's shitty comments about the font doesn't mean I want to get banter about it every fucking time they show up. If your way of interacting with people is talking shit, you're kind of a shitty person to interact with. But unhinged because I don't want to put up with someone's banter anymore? Because it's shitty banter? Ooh, totally unhinged, bro. And yes, I only use the word bro ironically. No, we banned someone the other day and they sent an unban request that really did not acknowledge how lame their interaction with chat is. And their name sucks. Like, I don't know what I was expecting someone with a name like that to actually be, like, mature and fun to talk to. Some people might remember who it was, but it's not a big deal. They can go watch another stream. No, their name, like, really sucks. Like, at some point, the amount of people with immature names versus the people, like, the amount of people with immature names that have been worth keeping around is incredibly low. Like, incredibly low. When someone has an immature name, it's a major red flag. And I give too many of those people too many chances. Yeah, exactly, Sicario. Right? Like, dude. Like, I'm mainly pissed that I gave him so much of a chance. I should have banned him ages ago. That's on me. All right, so we should probably think of like an image that we would want to show for this blog post. This one's not bad. I don't know what would be a good image for this. Maybe just like metrics. Oh, damn. If this wasn't a +1, I'd use that for sure. This one's not bad. I kind of like that one. All right, anyone got a preference? It's between these 4 images because I don't want to spend too much time on them. You're thinking number 1 or number 4? Okay. So we can eliminate this one then, right? This one goes away. I do kind of like this. But, you know, I'm willing to do whatever, right? So let's call it 1, 2, and 3. Number 3 is not bad. I think it's almost... You like number 3? Okay. Anyone else got a preference? Let's put it to a vote. Partial to gauges because engine go vroom. Yep. RPMs go burr. All right. Let's do a Paula Day vote. And good enough, right? So create poll. It'll be mirror ruler gauges. All right, so get your votes in. I may have to refresh it to get this stuff to update. All right, so we got 100% for gauges, even though I think I spelt gauges wrong. Is it AU instead of UA? I can't remember. Let me paste it for the 2 people over on YouTube, just to make sure they don't feel left out. So yeah, if you want to get your votes in, have at it. All right. So yeah, it's not updating in real time. Now it is. There we go. Like a glove. All right. So people don't like the mirror one. You guys are so not vain. You probably don't think this song is about you. Yes, I'm old. Yes, I'm old. Ooh, all right. We'll let it be a choice. You do your best to avoid mirrors. You got enough bad luck from breaking them? I get it. Touche. That was my Discord beeping. I forgot to turn streamer mode back on. That's my fault. So we're 50-50 between these, but I am going to need to get over to the gaming channel to play some Borderlands 4 because I won't be gaming on Borderlands 4 tomorrow. I am on the fence about whether I want to stream tomorrow or not. Because I'm going to be gone for like a week at like some family stuff and JS Nation and React Summit. So I kind of want to get a stream in tomorrow if I'm going to be taking a bunch of days off. So, right, we may do a rare Wednesday stream tomorrow. Let me look at what meetings I got. Oh, yeah, dude. I can start stream here at like 12:30 tomorrow, which means we can easily get like a good 4.5, 5-hour stream going. Ish, maybe longer. I do want to go to Seattle JS tomorrow, but that'll be tomorrow night, and that's fine. So yeah, it'll be a rare Wednesday stream on this channel tomorrow instead of gaming channel. Because I'll have plenty of time to like do a bunch of like video editing and bullshit on the flight to the East Coast. And the flight back from the East Coast. So yeah, wow, ooh, Ruler jumping ahead. We'll let this stay open, but yeah, I think tomorrow we finish up the blog post. We get the Ruler image going. We fix the cover alt and some of the other bullshit. We get the content of the blog post going. We add some images, and then we start considering what other feature we want to work on next. But I'm going to say proper Boolean logic. Done. Dusted. No big deal. I think mark all as red. I've had too many people requesting that lately. I think sentiment analysis would be really nice at some point. That one's like a tougher epic, and maybe not something we need to do eventually, like immediately, but probably something I want to do at some point. And yeah, we do need to like evaluate all the to-dos in the code base and pull them out into tasks that we can at least track properly. So maybe that's what we do as a big focus tomorrow. All right, we finish our blog post, evaluate existing to-dos, start in on the mark all as red for keyword events. Will we get all of it done? But I don't think the to-dos thing is going to take us that long, and I don't think the blog post is going to take us that long either. I mean, there is going to be some stuff we need to do for the site to get like blog showing in here. Honestly, we may want to focus on mobile responsiveness. Yeah, hold on. Are we tracking that anywhere? We should be. I could have sworn I was tracking mobile responsiveness somewhere. Oh, maybe that's over here. No, maybe not. Yeah, maybe it's just something I've had in my head. Yeah, so I do want to make sure that mobile responsiveness is solid, because I think people will be trying to use, or at least see this stuff from their phone. At least the marketing site. So yeah, let's figure out, who do we go raid? Who's even streaming right now? Wow, Snowcone streaming. Crazy. Haven't seen them streaming in ages. We do see Hello, It's Rufio going. Wow, I haven't seen I Develop Things in ages. He's doing some game dev, which is cool. We see Fredkiss, which we haven't seen in a while either. let's go raid Rufio. Why not? All right, so yeah, I will be over on gaming stream here right after this for tonight, and we're going to play some Borderlands 4. It has been a super long time. Yeah, exactly. We raided Rufio maybe like last week or the week before. But yes, I got to chat with them at Commit Your Code conference. And it was cool. Like they were talking about how they were planning on streaming some more, which is great. And I think, yeah, they really should. So yeah, we had a good stream today. We ranted, we talked some shit. Or I talked some shit. I do appreciate the conversation. Nefty. Like, yeah, no, Nefty. I really appreciate that. And if you want to build software, however you want to build software, dude, do it. I don't care. If you want to use live view, go for it. But you asked about my opinion. And that's why I was maybe hyperbolic in my shit talking. At the end of the day, just build software. Do it any way you want. I will never use live view, but that doesn't matter. So yeah, YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. I will see y'all tomorrow. I'll see everyone here on this stream tomorrow. It's going to be a rare Wednesday stream. I may even, like, when I go live, tag the Discord, just because it's so rare for me to stream on a Wednesday. At least these days with the current schedule I have. So, later, YouTube.